She said at the beginning of this, if he made any sudden movements, for example, there would be U.S. Marshals standing near him in order to intervene. There was, of course, some discussion about whether he would be able to represent himself during this whole trial, which it appears obviously that he did. So we are waiting for more color from inside the court. Ryan Ruth's reaction to being found guilty on all 5 of these counts. But right now, we do know that this
Chair sees a quorum. If you'd all rise with me, Senator Dees is going to lead us in prayer. Senator Flippo, zip it.
All right, let's pray. Thank you, Lord, for today. Thank you for the opportunity to gather today and do the work of the people. Lord, we ask for your grace, and just thinking about this last week of horrible things that we've seen in this country, followed by great things we've seen in this country coming together to serve you and honor you and be grateful for what you've done for us. And so we are doing that today as well. We're grateful for your blessing for this great state, and we ask that you just give us your wisdom that only comes from you to have our eyes fixed on you and hopefully make wise decisions. Thank you for this time to meet together. In Jesus' name, pray. Amen.
Thank you, Senator Dees. Okay, we will go to the first thing on our agenda, and they're walking in the room. So if you just want to keep on walking, right down to that front table. We will go to the discussion of the Arkansas Department of Corrections critical incident report revolving prisoner escape from Calico Rock. We appreciate your attendance today. If you'd introduce yourself for the record, you are recognized.
Well, I sat down fastest, so I'll start. Tawny Hughes, Chief Legal Counsel, Department of Corrections.
Dexter Payne, Director for Division of Correction.
Lindsay Wallace, Secretary for the Department of Corrections. I apologize in advance.
You're recognized. You guys, you ought to carry the load today and let Secretary Wallace take it easy.
I like the way you think.
If you just want to jump right into going through the report, you're welcome to, and then we'll let members ask questions as they occur.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Dexter Payne, Director for Division of Correction. We want to go over the critical incident report for the North Central escape. I'll go ahead and basically read our summary. On May 25th, 2025, at approximately 2:53 p.m., inmate Grant Hardin is assigned as a 1C kitchen worker escaped from the North Central unit by walking through the Sallyport gates dressed in a homemade uniform designed to impersonate a correctional officer. He was pulling a flat cart containing a cardboard box and a homemade ladder, later determined to be constructed from dismantled pallets and drawstrings from state-issued clothing. At approximately 1:58 p.m., inmate Harding was granted unsupervised access to the kitchen back dock under the pretense of cleaning the chemical cage. This violated standing security directives that specifically prohibited inmates from being on the back dock without supervision. Directives clearly communicated to kitchen staff and acknowledged in writing on May 14, 2025. Inmate Harding remained unsupervised for approximately 1 hour and 8 minutes, which gave him ample opportunity to change into the disguise he used to facilitate his escape. Around 3:08 p.m., the food service supervisor noticed Hardin was not on the back dock area and began to search to locate him by telephoning the laundry and West Tower staff. After being unable to locate inmate Hardin, he advised the shift supervisor of the incident, and a more extensive search of the immediate area began, but was unsuccessful. Review of surveillance footage by the shift commander revealed an individual later confirmed as inmate Hardin walking through both Sallyport gates dressed in a dark uniform with a vest and a hat, pulling a cart. He was last seen walking near the ICC garage with a box in hand before disappearing from the camera view. At approximately 3:40 p.m., the unit was placed on lockdown. Emergency escape procedures were activated and the command center was established. A roster count was conducted at 3:47 p.m., confirming inmate Hardin's absence. All other inmates were accounted for by 4:48 p.m. 17 internal and perimeter checkpoints were activated, and the unit's K-9 team began searching the facility grounds. The box seen on the surveillance footage was located behind the ICC garage, and a homemade ladder was found nearby. A facility-wide investigation into the breach identified critical failures in protocol. A directive to all food service staff before this incident was that no inmates were allowed access to the kitchen back dock area without direct staff supervision. The on-duty supervising staff member disregarded this policy, allowing inmate Hardin access to a sensitive area despite having acknowledged this violated a previous directive. Camera footage and follow-up interviews confirmed this failure. Additionally, the West Tower officer admitted to observing an individual on the back dock dressed similarly to a staff member. Believing the person to be an employee, the officer allowed the individual later identified as Hardin to pass through both Sallyport gates without verifying identity or issuing a challenge. From May 25th through June the 6th, the facility remained locked down. The command posts remained operational throughout the duration of the search. The command posts coordinated ground and aerial searches, gathered intelligence, and worked with local, state, and federal law enforcement partners. Local residents were also notified of the escape through phone alerts and coordination with local authorities to ensure public safety and awareness. On June 6 at approximately 3:45 p.m., inmate Hardin was located by the U.S. Border Patrol at approximately 1.5 miles northwest of the North Central unit in a densely wooded area. His identity was confirmed using a portable fingerprint scanner provided by the Arkansas State Police. After a medical evaluation, inmate Hardin was immediately transferred to the Varner Supermax facility for high security confinement. A comprehensive review of the incident confirmed that the escape resulted from multiple failures in staff adherence to established policies. The makeshift uniform was found to be made from a state-issued pair of pants, a white T-shirt, a ball cap, and a kitchen apron, all of which were dyed black. Inmate Hardin's unsupervised time on the back dock allowed him to don the disguise and prepare for the escape. A secondary failure occurred when the Sallyport West Tower procedures were not followed and identity verification was not performed. Unfortunately, this allowed inmate Hardin to exit the facility unchallenged. And what we found from the critical incident review, we've had to discipline multiple staff members for also failure to adhere to policy, including terminating one other and suspending several. So.
Okay, anything to add? Then we will open it up to questions from members, if there are any. I know that we've heard some of this before, but now that they've had time to release the report and members have had a chance to digest it. Representative Nazarenko, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Director Payne. I appreciate the information. So my question about the escape policy update, can I cover that piece right now? Just a question on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on there on about halfway down, it's talking about a subject matter reporting system. Can you give more detail on that subject matter reporting system? It's like bullet 3 on there.
Representative, I'm actually the one who drafted this. Director Payne had a chance to look at it, but he wasn't actually in the meeting where we talked about this in detail with his chief deputy director. So one of the unique situations that we find ourselves in at corrections is that we have some really specialized individuals who work in central office and at the office of the secretary dealing with things like classification. We think about our business operations employees, we think about human resources, records, things like that. But we also have to have people at the units who do all of those things. And those individuals all report up to the warden of that unit. The warden is usually really great at security, and they know a little bit about a lot of these things, but they're not the experts. And one of the frustrations that the chief deputy director and his classification administrator expressed to me was when you look on the critical incident review, you see that inmate Hardin had not had his classification refreshed in quite some time. It had been several years, right? The classification administrator who works at central office, she says over and over again at their meetings that they have of all the classification staff that they need to be doing that. Unfortunately, she has no authority to discipline. She doesn't really get input on their performance evaluations. So one of the things that we proposed was that for those positions at the units where they have very specialized knowledge sets, we build sort of a dotted line and say, hey, your warden's going to deal with your day-to-day, but at the end of your performance evaluation period, or when something like this occurs, the subject matter experts are going to have some ability to discipline or weigh in on your performance evaluation. So we're hopeful that that's going to kind of stem some of those issues.
Okay, great. Director Payne, so I know on the last meeting you talked quite a bit about the C5 custody score and how that was misrepresented over it wasn't correct, and then he would never have been, inmate Hardin should never have been there in the first place. But I know one of the things that kind of caught my eye on that is that's a classification that is going to be given to that individual inmate as they're in process or whatever, I think is how you kind of explain that. My question is this: is there any kind of an internal classification? Because inmate Hardin had prior military background or prior police background. So I'm thinking military and police background is going to have some kind of training. I know I spent 23 years in the service. I've got different training that would behoove, to be classified in some way internally. Is there any kind of internal classification of anything when an inmate's in custody that has any kind of, prior service that would indicate any kind of special training that they might have?
Inside of our EOMA system, we do mark any training or any prior jobs that they do have. That's added in there. We ask the inmates, but it's basically inmate driven. Whatever answers he gives. If he says he's been in the military 40 years, we don't have a necessary way to argue it unless we get his DD 214.
Sure.
So we do talk to them and interview them and get those answers from the inmate. And it may not necessarily always be true, and I think Secretary Wallace has something to add.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to add that coming out of these conversations, like we've talked about this before and how we could have alerted our staff more, and I apologize for my voice if you're having
no
a
problem.
hard time hearing me, but there is an offender alert that we can put on sort of our landing page in our offender management system so that it kind of alerts staff to look for certain things whenever you're looking at the offenders, kind of analyzing them as they're going through the process. And we've started looking at that, I think, more significantly
A little bit more.
now.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Dees, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Ms. Wallace, Ms. Hughes, and Mr. Payne for being here today. Two quick questions related to classifications as well. I really appreciate the due diligence on the explanation of C3 versus C5. That was helpful to see. And so just two quick questions. The first is when I see it described in the report about the error of the point system, can I get a little clarification on is that a subjective error that I see one of the bullet points he was given 10 points when he should have been given 15. Some prior offenses where he should have had 20 was not accounted. Are those typing errors? Are they subjection errors? Help me understand the error of that entrance.
Senator, so what we have is a system that does its absolute best to automate as much of this as possible, but there are unique situations. The 10 points when it should have been 15 points, I've spent a fair amount of time clicking around in EOMIS trying to replicate it. Every time I punch it in, I get 15 points, so I have no idea what happened there. It was a very long time ago, and I think that probably that might just be academic at this point. On the violent offense, that is a situation where if we have it and it's a completed sentence, then our offender management system can grab that. What we didn't have in this scenario was a completed sentence because of the timing of how he was convicted. It was a really unique scenario, I think, compared to what we usually see where it's very linear in nature. So what we always need to have is a second set of eyes and a human element, because we couldn't possibly program a system that captures every single one of these elements, or it would, dwarf, it would be the biggest contract in state history. So I think that what we're working on is a training mechanism and some common sense fixes. So one of the ones we were discussing earlier was looking at the sex offenders. So sex offenders are supposed to have at least 20 points just by virtue of being a sex offender. It's very easy for us to identify in our data if somebody's a sex offender, if we're made aware of it, because we have a flag for it, just like Secretary Wallace was speaking about. We had an old report where there were a fair number of sex offenders. I don't know the exact number, but it was probably around 100, if I'm remembering correctly, who we had indicated were a sex offender, and they had less than 20 points on their classification score. And we just know that that can't be right. So what we're able to do through business object reporting is kind of catch that low-hanging fruit while we work on this comprehensive classification reform that we're working on.
That makes sense with a lot of automation that has led to this. And that was a 2019 entrance, so the technology has advanced since then, is what I'm hearing as well.
Absolutely.
And then the last question would be, with current inmates at North Central or maybe similar facilities we have, are we confident that everyone is classified correctly now, with knowing that circumstances have happened in the past where point systems could have had issues? Do we feel good about reviewing that nobody is over the threshold of 51 to 71? I think I'm reading that correctly. How confident are we? Am I reading that right? An offender with a score of 51 to 71 is not eligible to be at North Central unit. Are we confident that inmates at North Central today aren't exceeding the limit that they should be, or misclassification there?
Yes, sir. I'm pretty confident. Our classification administrator and one of her staff have went through all the inmates there, and we're working throughout the system to make sure everybody's correctly classified. But hey, with almost 18,000 inmates, it's going to take us a little bit of time. But we were sure North Central should be classified correctly at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned, I believe, a classification committee of some kind. Did I hear correctly?
Well, I talked about a classification committee and probably a classification study.
Are those things that exist already or have existed, or are they something that we would like to see?
Classification committees have existed as long as I know,
Okay.
and they take into account a lot of different factors. It's not just going to be your kind of static factors that you come into the unit with.
Or do they help with the design of the automated system and how the inputs are recorded and judged?
Well, so we have a private contractor doing that just because they have a lot more academic base. If I can just speak really freely, I think that a lot of times people get very entrenched in a system and they're maybe not willing to take a step back and look at everything very holistically. And that Secretary Wallace felt pretty strongly, I hope I'm not speaking for her, that we probably did need a very neutral third party to look at it. So they're not involved right now. That contractor has the data from us. Her analysis of it is almost complete, and she is looking in the next week or two to start scheduling site visits just so she can build rapport and kind of work on the buy-in with
So that's
staff.
kind of an audit of the existing system?
Yes, it's two parts. It's going to be, are we doing it correctly, just based on what our scoring system is, and then also, is our scoring system right? There's kind of two parts to that.
Okay, and with respect to the committee itself, did they have like a annual meeting? Did they meet every quarter? What was their duties with respect to the classification system?
They meet weekly, correct? Yes.
They meet weekly. And that they had met weekly, and this was just missed?
It does seem that way, yes.
Okay, thank you. Senator Johnson?
Thank you guys for coming after you made your report. So I'm going off of memory somewhat, but I'm going to tag on to what Representative Nazarenko talked about. So, if you flag this individual with his background, so from memory, he was incarcerated and doing the job longer than either of his supervisors, which bore some of the disciplinary action. And if you got a person in that situation, would it not be good policy to move him to a different job where he has not been there as long as the supervisor? Because I think he was there twice as long as one of the dock supervisors and one of the kitchen staff who was there at least 2 or 3 years longer than that person. So, I mean, some folks, with the background he had are very observant, and that's why he was able to get by with some of the things he did, because of his observation and background. You either move units with those people or move them to a different job. Am I wrong in that?
I think that's a pretty good observation, and I mean that's something we definitely consider, but it may not happen with all of the inmates that we have. We may not move them in a 2-year period or a 5-year period, but it is something that we can consider, and this classification study may help us with that.
And if I can just add, I completely agree with Director Payne, but I think also what the critical incident review will show, and Hardin himself said, the staff just got lax. There were staff in there that were checking where he had all of his things that were stored. But when they left, they were not doing the security checks that they were supposed to. And so, yes, I think addressing it the way that you talked about, looking at seeing if they're shifting him around, maybe if it's not moving to another institution, maybe it's moving to a different part. But the biggest thing was the staff were not performing the jobs that they were supposed to.
Well, if you got somebody with that background,
Yes, sir.
they're going to take advantage of every situation.
Absolutely.
And we just got to have the policy to be able to have the best controls we can, and I appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir.
Representative Beatty?
Well, I just had a question that came in from a committee member who can't be here today, and let's see if I can get this out here. I guess something that was said in this is in your report is that there was a memo or a directive about unsupervised inmates on the loading dock and on the dock. But I guess in the article in the DMGAS, there was maybe some conflicting reports about the food services managers and others saying there was no directive. So can you provide the committee with that directive and the date of that directive?
Yes, sir. I'll provide the committee with that.
All right, thank you.
Representative Nazarenko?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. One last question. I appreciate the chair allowing me to ask these. It just kind of brought it up with Senator Johnson's question, back on that classification, because it's exactly what I was looking at. And you all made the mention of that the inmate would have to kind of give you information if they were military with the DD-214. Are there quite a few inmates right now in the system that are prior police officers?
Yes, sir. We have several that are prior police officers as well as prior military.
Okay, and are they identified then in some sort of self-identification, because they would be, I'm going to assume that they have access to CLEST while they're a police officer, where they can go in as much as they want, and in the training episodes they can take as much of that training as they want, and in fact they have required training. And then if they're military, no telling what they have for training. Is that something that's identified to where this could be identified in the future, where we're going to make sure we're going to avoid someone who has possibility of additional training to be able to exploit anything out there?
Yes, sir. And most of our law enforcement officers are in protective custody at one of our facilities, so we definitely know who they are. Military is a little different because you have so many, and like I said, it's a self-report on the military. But once we do know who they are, yes, sir. We have veteran barracks and things of that nature at a couple of our facilities.
Okay, and I think when you say self-report, I believe if we pull up the military record, there's an open source information on something. And I mean, if it says, I can tell you right now, if it says SEER C or SEER AB, you may want to put a star by them. So,
yeah. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Representative, if I can just add, because there was legislation that came out of this session, we are working to bolster our data sharing with various military departments, just so that we can do a better job identifying, not just for this purpose, but also for the purpose of trying to set them up with the appropriate resources when they leave our custody.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, my board is empty, so you are free to go for the time being. Thank you very much for being here. Members, we're going to move to the State Police Investigation Report. Who do we have here? All right. If you guys will come down and introduce yourself for the record, we'll recognize you.
name is Drake Champagne. I'm an agent with the Special Investigations Unit of the Arkansas State Police.
Drake Champagne?
Yes.
Mike McNeil, Arkansas State Police Special Investigations Unit.
Thank you, gentlemen, both for being here. I'm just going to kind of turn you loose if you want to. I don't know if you have a summary or something like that you'd like to go through, and then we'll open it up for questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. As we all know, inmate Grant escaped from the Arkansas Department of Corrections on May 25th, 2025. As a result of that, the Arkansas State Police was directed to conduct an administrative investigation into the escape. We focused in three main areas regarding that administrative investigation. One, the circumstances and manner of inmate Hardin's escape. Two, the timeline and adequacy of notifications made to law enforcement and to the public by the Arkansas Department of Corrections. And three, we looked at the policies of the Arkansas Department of Corrections, specifically regarding escape, and tried to identify any concerns or areas that needed to be addressed. It is our understanding that this committee has been provided a copy of the investigative file, and if you have specific questions for us, we're more than happy to be here and answer those questions as best as we can. If you'd like for me to just go into some information in our summary, I can do that as well.
Okay, members. I think that we were provided the file yesterday, or staff was provided the file yesterday around 4:20. It's a 900-page report, and so that's too big to just email to you. So I believe the report is online on the website. You can view it there. I think you could also pull it up on your documents for this meeting on the screen in front of you. But if you have any questions for the state police, you'd be welcome to ask them now. Or I hate that we just got it yesterday.
No, that's fine.
And I know that wasn't your fault. But until the committee has a chance to review it, I don't know that there's going to be a lot of questions.
Okay. Well, a central question in the investigation was, how did inmate Hardin get on the back dock unsupervised? And the investigation clearly shows that the policy at the North Central unit that had been in place for many years allowed for inmates assigned to cleaning duties to be on the back dock unsupervised. And that's in the file that you guys have. So over the course of, over a year, almost 2 years, inmate Hardin, by policy, was allowed to access the back dock and remain out there for periods of time up to 30 minutes to over an hour with no supervision. Now, information provided by the warden and deputy warden, they state that approximately 1 month prior to the escape, they recognized that inmates were on the back dock unsupervised and that was a concern. So at that time, they instructed the 4 kitchen supervisors and the kitchen manager that inmates were not to be on the back dock unsupervised anymore. So that was a verbal directive that was in conflict with established North Central unit policy. So we fast forward to, I believe it was May the 14th, approximately 2 weeks before the escape. There was a staff meeting where the manager of the kitchen provided information to the 4 supervisors of the kitchen. And in this staff meeting, This is the document that representatives from the Arkansas Department of Corrections reference when they say that supervisors signed and acknowledged that inmates were not to be on the back dock unsupervised. Well, in this staff meeting, all of the supervisors signed the document acknowledging that they were present for the staff meeting, but nowhere in that document is there language regarding the supervision of inmates on the back dock. When the manager was interviewed, the kitchen manager who presented this meeting to the supervisors, he referenced one of the bullet points that highlighted something regarding making sure that the back door stay locked, and his statement was that he furthered that bullet point in conversation with the supervisors and articulated that inmates were not to be on the back dock unsupervised. When we interviewed the supervisors who attended this meeting, 3 of them indicated that was not relayed to them, and 1 of them said that it was. So we have some confusion on whether or not this verbal directive was appropriately articulated to the supervisors of the kitchen. We've like I said, we've got 3 of them that say it wasn't told to them, and we've got 1 of them that says that it was. And, again, a verbal directive can be given that is in contradiction to established policy. That's fine. But if that happens, the scenario should be that the administration at the North Central unit then take the steps necessary to change the policy. They need to have meetings that of the leadership there and of the administration and of members of the staff. There's a review process, and ultimately the warden would sign off on any policy changes. So by the verbal directive being given, that's fine. But the investigation shows that the verbal directive, if it was given approximately a month prior to the escape. And there was no action taken by the administration to formally change the policy regarding inmate supervision on the back dock. So that was concerning. The guard in the tower, I believe the investigation clearly shows that there was a lack of vigilance there, and by his own admission, there was complacency there. He was clearly at fault. Not verifying who it was that was wanting to leave the facility. I know that there was some discussion in prior meetings or prior hearings that was his behavior reckless. I don't think it was. Whenever you try to categorize something as reckless, my understanding is that the person conducting the reckless behavior needs to do so knowingly. And the investigation clearly shows that the tower guard would have never opened the gate if he knew that was Grant Hardin wanting to exit the facility. Due to inmate Hardin's disguise and lack of vigilance by the tower guard, those were factors, significant factors in Hardin being allowed to leave the property. But I don't believe that it would be considered reckless because of the fact the guard would not have done that if he had properly identified the individual.
On that point, did your investigation determine whether or not that was the first and only time that guard let someone out without checking their ID, or was that commonplace practice?
I believe the investigation shows that it is the responsibility of the guard to, when someone approaches, to exit the tower. They go out onto the catwalk and they identify the individual. If that individual is an employee of the prison, or is someone that would be normally allowed to come and go, then the tower guard can open that gate. How many times this happened prior to inmate Hardin escaping, I have no idea.
Okay, thank you. Representative Beatty, did you have a question?
Well, maybe just clarification. We're talking about supervision and supervised on the dock, but that could be direct supervision, or I read somewhere in the report that it was customary practice to notify the guard tower that inmate was going to be on the dock unsupervised. Did I think I read that somewhere in here. So are we straight on the meeting they had was for direct supervision on the loading dock? Is that what the one member was saying? And the kitchen manager said direct supervision, meaning that a guard was with that prisoner on the back dock versus just notifying the tower that there's going to be a prisoner, an inmate out on the dock.
Yes, that was our understanding, that there needed to be direct supervision, not just notifying a tower 75 yards away.
Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Other issues of concern that were identified involved the policy structure of the Arkansas Department of Corrections. There are essentially three levels: the secretarial directives, the administrative directives, and the unit directives. Essentially, the secretarial directive, the policy indicates that the Arkansas Department of Corrections Internal Affairs Administrator would be responsible for notifying state and local law enforcement in the event of an escape. The administrative directive states that there's a commander's checklist, and essentially the warden would be responsible for notifying state and local law enforcement. And then you have the policy at the unit level. The policy at the North Central unit directed the staff to contact the Pine Bluff radio room, who showed to be the one responsible for notifying local and state in regards to an escape. So we've got a clear breakdown in communication between the three levels. Everybody's, has different requirements in regards to an escape and who is responsible ultimately responsible for making the notifications to law enforcement.
Was the Pine Bluff radio room notified?
The Pine Bluff radio room was notified. And the Pine Bluff radio room, you know, it is not their position that that it's their responsibility to notify law enforcement or state police. But it was their responsibility to issue a BOLO, which was attempted by the radio room, but there was another failure. The highest ranking officer in the Pine Bluff radio room at the time generated a BOLO, which was sent to ACIC, which should have been sent to every terminal in the state, informing all law enforcement that we've got an escape. However, the Arkansas Department of Corrections employee that generated this BOLO did so incorrectly. The physical description was incorrect, and there was a formatting error which did not allow for the BOLO to be sent out. ACIC sent back to the Pine Bluff radio room an immediate response within seconds. It's an automatic response that there was a formatting error and that the BOLO had not been sent and it needed to be reformatted. Well, the supervisor in the radio room was unaware of this failure. So, you know, ultimately there was no BOLO sent out by the Pine Bluff radio room in regards to the escape. So, you know, there's several concerns there that we've highlighted. Special Agent Champagne focused his efforts on the notification process and who was notified and when, and he can provide information in regards to that.
So, in looking at the notification process, I broke it down into three main issues. And I know you guys haven't had time to thoroughly go over the report, so I kind of try to summarize that the best I can. You've got operational deficiencies. The structure of how everything was going that day, specific to the NCU, you had one hand doing something and the other hand didn't know what each other was doing. So you had the warden on the property who, to my understanding, would be considered the ultimate commander. He was there when the escape happened. However, the investigation is revealing that a captain who was also on the property was strapped down with a lot of tasks. He was issuing assignments across the entire unit while visitation was going on, you know, mind you. So it's busy at the unit. He's trying to issue assignments. He's confirming the escape, reviewing video to confirm the escape. He was tasked with also setting up the command center to get that rolling so that all the other supervisors get rolling in and get things handed out to everybody else. He was also tasked with ensuring documentation was complete, and then following up with his superiors and his subordinates. So he had a lot going on at one time. This led to some breakdowns, and the biggest part of the breakdowns was communication errors that day, which has led to why law enforcement, state police, local, there was 2 agencies notified in total that day by ADC from what we've discovered. And we go back to the operational deficiencies. The captain had assigned a corporal to begin making notifications. These local law enforcement agencies, higher ups, everybody. He was assigned to start making these notifications. He was then pulled off and put into the command center once it was opened up to be a scribe. Nobody else was set to fill his position to continue on making notifications, and so that got dropped. Once they're in the command center, you have a communication issue between the captain, a lieutenant in there, and the warden thinking that communications had already, or notifications had already been made. They're confused on what notifications each other is talking about, and it gets left essentially for the remainder. Another day passes before they realize that law enforcement wasn't notified. They just assumed because law enforcement started showing up that the job had gotten done. Essentially, law enforcement is notifying each other, and that's how it happened. That's how we all got there. And then, like Mike was talking about, you've got human error. Going back to the Pine Bluff radio room, the Pine Bluff radio room was unaware of this policy. This goes into the policy structure he was talking about. There's 3 levels. You got the secretarial level at the cabinet, you got the administrative, which is Mr. Payne, at the director level, and then you've got unit level policies, and they're not supposed to clash. Obviously, one is not supposed to supersede the one higher above it, and it did in every sense of this, in this notification process. However, I've got to say that was not the issue that day. They weren't even aware that the policies were clashing, or that the NCU and the warden at the NCU was not aware that that was their policy, that their policy was to have the Pine Bluff radio room notify local law enforcement to them. They found that out a day or two later, and they go, oh, this is what we're supposed to be doing. This is our policy. They didn't know that. The Pine Bluff radio room, interviewing them, they were unaware of that policy as well. They said, we don't have contacts up there. We don't know who's local to them. So they had no idea. And so there was just this assumption that things were happening that were not. And then again, as he talked about the BOLO, the error, the formatting error, that was in the Pine Bluff radio room. They were responsible for issuing the BOLO. That would have went out to terminals, to law enforcement across the state. We would have been instantly notified that there was an escape. That was kind of, as you say, a fail-safe to some of these other notifications, and that didn't happen because of a formatting error, and then it wasn't corrected. So then you had agencies like the state police locally putting out their own BOLOs, kind of putting information together themselves and putting it out because they weren't receiving it from ADC. We also identified a couple of other issues. Local residents. There is no, as far as we're aware, automated system to notify them. You've got a whistle that sounded that we don't know how far that reaches in that area. It's a mountainous terrain. We don't know how many people can actually hear that. They had to actually pick up the phone and call each residence in the area to notify these people that an escape had happened. And obviously they're not going to reach everybody, but that's the system that's in place at the moment. And possibly cross-training issues. The captain that was attempting, that held all these responsibilities, he was attempting to confirm the escape. He did not know how to operate the video system, so he has to call in a lieutenant to explain to him how to operate. These are all time-sensitive things that are wasting time. So just extra things that compile onto the notification process. So once again, these policy issues that we've identified, we identified them later on, and we did make them aware of it, but they don't seem to be essential to the escape itself and the notification issues that day. It was stemming from operational deficiencies, communication breakdowns, and the human error. That's where your notification breakdown happened.
I appreciate that. Would you say, in your professional opinion, that if the appropriate amount of ongoing training was occurring, that might have led to the discovery of those policy inadequacies on the front end?
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question, to be honest with you. One thing I will say is that in speaking with Secretary Wallace, the top 2 layers of policy are reviewed yearly from her cabinet level and from the administrative level, and they're looked at to make sure they conform with law and they don't clash. The unit policies themselves are not looked at by anybody higher up than the warden at that unit. That's where it stops. And so essentially, in talking to Director Payne, units are allowed to have their own individualized policies as long as it doesn't clash with something that's already put forward in the higher-ups. And those are very specific. He gave me the example of if, say, for instance, there's a policy on towers, but you have a unit that doesn't have towers. Well, that wouldn't apply to them, so they would, in that section, they would specify it to that unit.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as far as it goes. This one clearly stepped on the higher policies, and it wasn't recognized or known because it didn't go further than the warrant at the unit.
Okay, thank you. Representative Beatty?
I just want to kind of follow up on what you just said. And so what I heard you say was, you know, and I guess when we first had the first meeting, what we heard is it was more personnel, that it was just a personnel problem. There were 2 employees that just were complacent in their job and had not discharged their duties. Now, sitting here listening to you, what I'm hearing you say is it was personnel, it was procedure, and it was policy, and it was overall communication, and just knowing and performing your jobs. Is that what, did I hear you correctly in those things, that it's personnel, procedures, and policy were the problems?
There were policy issues identified. The policy issues that we identified, I'm not certain that they were the cause of the communication breakdown that day. They were identified. The 3 main issues that we believe contributed to the communication breakdown was operational, as I described, with a captain being strapped with a lot of different responsibilities and multiple things going on, and maybe not a clear line of this person does this person does this. It was kind of a mix of everybody trying to handle multiple things at one time. Then yes, the communication breakdown, just and that could fall into the human error category as well. Just not clarifying what the other person that you're speaking to, what do they mean? Right. It was just a communication breakdown, and then yes, the human error, where you could have had fail-safes. That fail-safe wasn't there because of a human error. So that would be the 3 main issues that I identified. Yes.
Thank you.
Senator Gilmore?
Thank you. And would you mind just, I'm over here. Yeah. Would you mind going through that again? Because I heard the question and I wasn't sure that I got a specific answer. So what were the 3 main things again?
Operational deficiencies.
Right. Can we talk about that really quick?
Sure.
Like, give us an example of operational deficiencies.
So the main thing that we identified was that the captain at the unit, who was essentially, the warden was at the unit as well. And I mentioned that prior.
Yeah.
However, the captain during this regular working day was essentially the one, he's the shift supervisor, as I understood it, kind of directing operations, what's going on the day-to-day, you know, the visitation, that he's kind of in command.
Yeah.
Is the second, from my understanding, from the rank structure when he's there at that day.
So there's uncertainty of duties, perhaps.
Yeah, it could be confused because the amount of things he appeared to have been expected to do, I don't know that was possible.
Okay.
Had a lot of things going that he was responsible for, and then I don't know past that if it got properly delegated once the task went from him to the next person, if it was properly delegated from somebody higher than him.
Okay. And if the chair would give a little latitude here, I'm going to take a second. All right. So that alone, let's break that down. Is that what dictates those operations to happen?
They have policy and escape procedures. And from the understanding we have from looking at them, once again, I do not have a corrections background. So this is strictly from my study of it.
Understood.
The highest ranking officer at the unit at the time, which would have been the warden, would be considered the ultimate commander, and then it falls down from him.
And there's
there's
policy that dictates that. Okay. But the captain was running the show.
Captain had a lot of responsibilities.
Okay. Well, I'll take that as he was handling it. Okay.
And I can add to that the internal affairs investigation conducted by the Arkansas Department of Corrections found Warden Hurst to be in violation of policy by not assuming the role of ultimate commander in the onset of the escape.
At what point did he step in and assume control or command?
I can't answer that question. I don't know if it was actually clearly stated. You had the warden in his office and the captain up there as well, doing different duties, and I don't know that it was ever actually stated. You're in command or I'm in command.
Okay. So policy dictated one thing, other things happened. Okay. What was the third? There were three. There was that. There was operations. What was the next one?
Communications.
Communications. All right, let's talk about that.
So one of the big errors, I ran through it quickly with the law enforcement notifications. The captain had originally assigned a corporal to begin, they call it the red book. It's basically, it's a manual. We got an escape. They flip to the escape section. Here's what you do. Here's notifications you make. This is what you do. Let's start this, it's a checklist. So he correctly had a corporal start doing that. And then, unfortunately, the same captain reassigned him to be a scribe once the command center was open, which the captain opened. And he's just essentially writing down everything that's going on in that room. Who's there, who shows up, what's going on, what was said, just so later you can see everything that happened in that room. And we have that in the report. Nobody was assigned to pick up his duties. And that's where law enforcement notifications stopped, right there. And it was asked about. A lieutenant showed up to the scene, to the command center, and asked the captain, have notifications been made? And he was referring to these law enforcement overall, but the law enforcement.
Like y'all, for instance.
Right, for us. And captain said, let me check. He stepped in, asked the warden, has everybody been notified? The warden said yes. So the captain tells the lieutenant yes. That's where it ended. And in interviewing the warden thought that the captain was talking about the warden's responsibilities, which he assumed were his uppers. I've notified the director. I've notified the assistant director. That's what the warden assumed the captain was asking about. And the captain assumed the warden knows what he's talking about. So there was the communication breakdown.
Okay. And I presume, latitude, Mr. Chair, I presume policy dictates who's to be notified and like when that starts.
Once again, there's identified clashes between three. But if we're going down to the level above the units, would be administrative, it would fall on that commander. It would fall on the warden to assign it, essentially. Whoever's the highest ranking officer there would have been ultimately responsible for assigning that.
Got it. What was the third one?
Human error.
Okay. Well, that one's clear.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Beatty.
I guess my question, in your report, I think the information that was provided to us was broken down into maybe 10 different sections, maybe a little bit more than that, in exhibits. Any one of those exhibits would show your interview and your discussions with the warden specifically? And can you direct the committee to that section, please?
There are multiple interviews. What we have in front of us are summaries. They're in depth. There's multiple interviews that Special Agent McNeil did and that I did. I can't sit here and tell you a page number. I don't have all it, like you just referenced. There's hundreds of pages to complete, but they are labeled. It would be such as interview of Warden Hurst, interview of they are in there by section, and then we have a summarized version of the interview, and there would also be audio to go with a lot of them.
Okay.
Mr. Champagne, are you familiar with the National Incident Management System standards?
I'm aware of what it is. I would not be able to go in depth with you.
Okay.
On that.
Did your investigation determine what training took place in order to prepare for an incident such as this?
That is not the portion that I was specifically on notification and the communications thereof. That's the only thing that I specifically handled. I think Agent McNeil could speak to that.
The investigation does contain records from the North Central Unit highlighting annual training regarding escapes or emergencies like fires within the unit and things like that. And so that is in the investigative file.
Okay, thank you. My board is clear. You got another one? Representative Beatty?
In your electronic version of this report, your copy that you have, I'm certain you have that on your computer or a flash drive. Is there a searchable index where you could search and readily find everywhere within this document that there is a reference or a mention?
We don't have what you have.
Oh, I mean, I've just got a scanned-in copy. It's all I've got. That we got at 4:20 yesterday, and we've been waiting on this for a couple of months.
Yes, sir.
So, I mean, what you've got is a whole lot better than what I have.
Are you looking for keywords? Is that what you're?
I'm looking for keywords without having to turn 900 pages to look for the information that I want. Since I got it at 4:20 yesterday.
I'm going to assume this is just assumption they gave it to you in a PDF format, and you can do that on a PDF. You can actually go into the bar and search. It wouldn't be a part of our system. That's not something.
I got 10 or 11 PDFs is my issue and my problem. So I got everything broken down into sections, and I just want to search it one time, and it hit everything. But I guess I'll take the time and flip 900 pages and find what I want. We'll have another meeting and have everybody back, and we'll go through this one more time.
Understood.
Would you like to introduce yourself and be recognized? Did you have something to add?
My name is Jason Aaron with the Arkansas State Police, a lieutenant colonel over Highway Patrol, Criminal Investigation, and the Crimes Against Children Division.
Okay, thank you for being here. Are there any other questions from the committee at this time? Seeing none, gentlemen, we appreciate your being here and your forthrightness and giving us this information. I'm sure we'll be doing this again.
Look forward to it.
Thank you. Okay, committee. We're going to go back to, we're going to go now to the review of the Department of Corrections policies and protocols regarding security. Secretary Wallace and Ms. Hughes, if you would join us, please. Yes, that's fine. What'd you say? We can't hear you.
What did you say, Madam Secretary?
And you better introduce yourself for the record again.
Tawny Hughes, Chief Counsel, Department of Corrections.
Members, I believe what we're going to be going over is handout D1, which you should have in front of you.
Lindsay Wallace, Secretary for the department.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you the first time. So.
I'm sorry.
Dexter Payne, Director for Division of Correction.
All right, thank you all for being here. Do you want to give us a brief overview of what you've got here? Or in depth, whatever your preference.
Well, I'm going to go as brief as y'all will let me go since you have it in front of you. So we kind of walked through this general policy actions. I tried to do some updates on the things we talked about at the last meeting. We've not yet filled the policy coordinator position, but our new CIO had some really innovative ideas about utilizing AI to go through this vast catalog of policies and help me. I think they found that I don't do the best job when I'm trying to work 22 hours a day to look at policy, so we're going to try to use technology to help with that. And then if we can divert for just a minute and kind of talk through how policy is made at the division level. The divisions of the department all kind of do it differently, and at the Division of Correction, they have a policy committee, and the policy coordinator for that division goes and works with subject matter experts to get things kind of ready to go. The policy committee signs off on it, and then it comes up to the Office of the Secretary and Shared Services for kind of a legal review, kind of see where it fits with everything else. A lot of times it goes back at that point because we notice something that it doesn't fit in a format, or there's a conflict with another directive. So it goes back and then it has to go to the policy committee again. They've traditionally met quarterly. I've asked them to meet more often than that, so hopefully we can speed along policy development that way. And then we kind of talked through the policies governing classification. So there's two main policies governing classification that we're looking at. One of them is either currently being heard at a policy committee meeting in Pine Bluff, or it has just been heard. That one we made pretty small changes to. That policy was not very clear about how often these policy reviews needed to be happening. And it's really clear now that they need to be checking the picture to make sure it's valid every year on annual review, making sure the emergency contacts are up to date, and then also pushing that little recompute button so that we know that we have the most recent version and we're not depending entirely on technology to recalculate that on its own. The other is our kind of scoring system, and that scoring system we've kind of pushed pause on. Secretary Wallace, and we've already talked about it a little bit this meeting, went to the board approved a comprehensive review of our classification system. We've got a couple inconsistencies in that policy, but if we change those and deviate from current practice, that's going to cost programming money. And given how quickly the classification study is moving, we thought that probably the best course of action right now was to just make sure we're doing a really good job at implementing policy on classification in general, get the baseline really under control, and then we can go and make the changes that are recommended and, based in evidence and data. So the policies governing notification, once again, there's kind of different notification policy for each unit, and we are having the units look at those. I will say, I think maybe the last time we were here, we talked about updating the secretarial directive on notifications. Secretary Wallace, myself, and one of my deputies sat down and probably tried 45 different ways to fix the secretarial directive on incident notification in a way that made it really clear that once we activate these emergency checklists, that we are moving to those. Every single one of those had unintended consequences, and we were really worried about notifications not going out and kind of being in the same situation again. So she can tell me if I'm misstating this. Okay. Effectively, what we decided was we would rather notify people twice than notify them not at all. So we're going to leave the secretarial directive as it is, and leave that internal affairs administrator notification in place as kind of a fail-safe, so that we can make sure that law enforcement's being notified at that level at the very least. So that's kind of my big picture, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you for that. Is the department division in compliance with the National Incident Management System standards?
Yes, sir. All of our staff have to take, we start out at the training academy. We teach the NIMS 100 there. Then ranking staff take the 300, 400 series, as well as 7 and 800. I've taken 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8 for sure. I think more than that, but I know I've taken those.
Because it strikes me when you have those, whether obviously we have the policy issues, right? I think we all recognize that. That's not something that happened overnight. That's something that's taken years to get there, right? But when you have employees who are in a stressful situation, usually that's where you rely on training to keep people focused, to keep people on task, to make sure that they're performing not only their duties, but usually they need to know the duties of the people next to them, right?
Yes, sir.
So that there's oversight. There's double, as you just said, we're doing it twice, right?
Right.
So that's what strikes me throughout all of this, is that folks didn't know what they didn't know. And usually that comes down to training. So I don't know if you have any way to explain that, but it doesn't seem like we're training folks the way they need to be trained.
Yes, sir. And training is something that we definitely need to do more of. And I assure you we will be doing more training concerning the NIMS.
Okay. Representative Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that in the previous state police folks were talking about, it came down to calling people in the area, just making calls as best they could. Obviously, a lot of people don't have landlines, probably impossible to reach a lot of these people. I know that's not really the notification you're talking about here. How is it that that is the best we've got? And I'm sure that there are ways to do that better. Do you know, are there other jurisdictions, maybe elsewhere in the country, that have a better system for notifying people in the area about something like this?
Yes, sir. We had a fairly good system, I think, up until about March of this year. We had an Alert Express system that notified people if for an incident such as this, and that went away in March. So now we're working on, Secretary, if I'm correct, we're working with state police on a notification system now to basically notify everyone. It hits everybody's cell phone that we've had an issue at the facility.
Similar to like an Amber Alert, a Silver Alert, something like that. We're working with state police to develop that kind of alert to take the place of what Mr. Payne's talking about with the Alert Express.
Okay, well, that's good because that sounds much better. Why did the other one go away? You said it went away in March.
I don't know. I don't remember the
Was it a
answer. It wasn't of
contract?
our. It wasn't of our. Was it the contract?
No, I don't think it was a contract. I think the company. Yeah.
My deputy chief of staff is trying to tell me something from the audience. If y'all don't mind him to come up.
Yeah, he's saying it went away due to the technology of the system was outdated.
Yep, outdated system technology.
Okay. Well, do you have any sense of when the new system will be back up and running so we have something better in place for people?
Can we get some latitude for the deputy chief of staff to take my chair for a moment?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay. Oh, never mind. I didn't realize there was an empty
He can
seat.
have the fourth, that's fine. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good afternoon, Nicholas Stewart, Deputy Chief of Staff. We have a meeting with Major Stacy Rose next week to discuss the system that Secretary Wallace is talking about that will act like silver and amber alerts.
So when that system away, we didn't know it was going away, or we knew it was going away and we didn't plan for it to go away?
I think in talking to Director Payne from my memory, we did not know. It's a third-party vendor that ACIC utilizes, and we have a different partnership with something else, and we were not informed that the system was going away. It sent all of us a phone call one day that says it's ending.
So we don't quite know, I guess, when the new system will be up. You'll know more after the meeting, and
Yes, sir,
as soon as
Representative Collins.
possible. Right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Representative Rye?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me ask this, and this may have been covered before, but were there weapons used by the inmates when this breakout was made?
No, sir, there were no weapons utilized.
Wasn't anything there? You know, a couple of years ago, this did come up, and we felt like that we needed a better accounting system for our weapons inside of each facility. And I think it's something we probably still need to look at.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Beatty?
I just want to go back, and I'm still kind of hung up on the disciplinary action and maybe the first comments that were made on this Hardin escape. This may not be the right time to go through it, but you're sitting back at the table, so it's a good time for me to ask the question. Last time, I think when you first spoke about this, and I'm specifically speaking to Dexter Payne, you said it was just a failure on 2 employees, and you stood by that. And now, after hearing from the state police, after your own comments about the other disciplinary actions that had to take place, would you like to make a statement on exactly what happened that led to this? And was it just 2 employees, or was it systemic failure throughout the system and failure to follow policies and directives and lack of communication and leadership at DOC?
I stand on those 2 employees were the main characters for this escape. We did find that we had policy issues. Once we determined, during the escape, we found that. But to push a button and let an inmate outside or let an unknown person outside of the gate is a human error. I stand on that. You know better. That's pretty much common sense that you don't let somebody out the gate that you don't know. We're security.
Specifically dealing with the kitchen staff, and the terminated employees. I understand the guard and the guard tower just, like you said, made a mistake and wasn't thinking and pushed a button and just let the guy walk out. Kitchen staff, there seems to be some confusion on whether or not there was a written directive. I looked at the documentation that was sent to me about the meeting, and I mean, maybe I failed to see in that meeting where there was anything that said, I saw where the door should be locked, but I mean, to me that wasn't clear. I didn't sit in the meeting. I wasn't there. But there were 3 other employees there, and so still on that employee that was fired from the kitchen, you still stand firm that was fair and prudent action on that one employee?
On that one employee, but we took action on most of the kitchen staff.
But that was after the fact?
Yes, sir.
That was after the fact. There ain't been any disciplinary action on the warden?
At this time, we haven't taken any disciplinary action on the warden, and I do understand the state police report saying some confusion about the National Incident Management System, but it's just like today. I'm the director for the Division of Correction, and I'm sitting here with you. That doesn't mean I'm not in charge of Delta, Dermont. It means that I'm the incident commander, and the warden was there that day, but that NIMS also tells you about command staff. It also tells you about finance, public information. It tells you about different areas that other people cover, even though you're the incident commander. And that captain was serving as command staff that day. He wasn't the incident commander, the warden was. And he was command staff, and he did set those, give directions on staff as to what they were supposed to do. And I understand there was confusion between him and the warden because each other thought that they should have done something different as far as notifications. But the warden was the incident commander that day, and that captain was command staff that day. And that's what the NIMS tells us to do.
So your short answer is no?
No, I have not taken corrective action on the warden.
Are you going to?
Possibly. I mean, I'll further look at this.
That's good enough. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So it sounds like everyone was confused out there that day, though. And that comes down to the leadership of the warden. It comes down to the leadership of the captain, right? Whether or not the captain agreed with the warden's decisions or not, chain of command, he's supposed to follow those directives, right, and delegate appropriately. So that, again, comes down to policy and training.
Yes, sir. That's
right?
correct.
So this is not just about 2 employees.
No.
This is a failure systemically because we didn't have the training, because we didn't have the policies worked out.
Well, I was referring to the 2 employees that actually did the actions to allow this inmate outside the fence.
That does not happen without proper training and proper policy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Senator Gilmore, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. So I'm going to start with you, Director Payne.
Okay.
I know you're excited, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
So you heard my questions to the investigators. So I'm going to give you a chance and succinctly, briefly, all of that. What do you disagree with in the report from the state police?
I think they did a pretty accurate report.
Okay.
But as far as the portion where the kitchen supervisors weren't told, there's an iffy situation there where they're told that, that door cannot be unlocked without a supervisor present. Well, if a supervisor is not there and they don't unlock the door, the inmate's not out. So I know it doesn't just specifically say don't let an inmate on the back dock. I know it doesn't say that, but it's telling them without a supervisor present, don't unlock that door.
Okay. So that's the only thing that comes to mind on the report?
Well, we've definitely got some policy issues we got to work through.
So you agree with that part of the report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Great. Anything else?
No, sir. No other issues.
Okay. Ms. Wallace?
Thank you, Senator. I mean, I tend to agree with what Director Payne said. I think they did a really good, thorough investigation, talking to a lot of folks. I think it was a factual sort of takeaway of everything, and they said a lot. Just kind of what Mr. Champagne said up here. I'm not a corrections official, so I don't feel like I'm able to weigh in on some of the stuff. I think Mr. Payne's right. We've got some policy cleanup that we need to work on. Ms. Rowell talked about some of those. And just looking at things from a big picture perspective. Mr. Payne's already talked about the units and how they also need to be reviewing their policies. And then the communications breakdown. I mean, I think on a daily basis, we talk about how we could communicate better amongst each other. And I think that goes for the whole department. So, I mean, I do think that they did a very thorough job with their review.
So it sounds like to me it goes beyond 2 people.
There were definitely breakdowns, I think, in a lot of it. I think there were some lax behaviors on lots of staff, but I think Director Payne's addressed a lot of those already with, or at least the unit has with their disciplinaries. And I think we'll still probably be digesting this. We haven't really had, I mean, Representative Beatty mentioned it. It's a very long report. I think we'll have lots of time to sort of dissect and digest lots of things and see if there are more actions that we need to take.
Sure. Well, I think everybody has to digest considering we just got it. So there's that. Look, from our perspective, what's predictable is preventable, right? We don't want this to happen again. You don't want this to happen again, right? I mean, I think we can all agree on that. And the only way we keep this from happening again is we make sure we have policies in place. We have fail-safes in place. Yes, we can blame, the person who pushed the button at the end of the day, but what about all the things? And I know I'm sounding like a broken record, Director Payne, from last time you were sitting there, but we can have the person sitting there and doesn't push the button, but what about all the things leading up to it? What about all the other measures that led up to that? What about all the other things that are governed by policy that led up to that? So I appreciate the viewpoint from y'all of, at the end of the day, you want to mitigate the issue with addressing the 2 employees. But I just want to make sure that we're doing all the other things to keep this from happening again. That's all. That's our only motive here. Because at the end of the day, this ended pretty well, considering. Could have ended really poorly, right? I mean, this could have ended with loss of life. It could have ended, God knows what. Perish the thought. But, at the end of the day, it ended pretty well considering, and I think God blessed us in that. So please understand our motive. And our motive is let's don't do this again. Thank you.
Representative Collins?
Yeah, just to add on to that, I mean, I feel like I hear you guys acknowledging over and over again that it is more than just 2 people. I mean, you're going to improve the training, and you acknowledge that the report is accurate, and you're going to work on some policy issues. So all of that, you continually seem to be saying without saying it, there's more than just 2 people. Those 2 people may have precipitated it in the immediate kind of one thing led to another way, but there's a lot more that's going on that needs to be addressed. Am I getting that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct. I think more needs to be addressed. And when I said 2 people, I was talking about particularly the escape. The other things with the command center, that's basically a recovery issue. We were trying to recapture the inmate, and we found that we had some communication issues and breakdowns. My approach to the 2 people is solely for how he got out that fence.
But there were things that could have been done that would have prevented that from happening, even with those 2 people's involvement, that would have prevented them maybe from having led to that with their actions. If you had had some additional, measures in place that you guys, I think, have acknowledged need to be done, need to be taken.
Yes, sir. We've taken some additional measures. I mean, we've done things like take an electronic lock off of one of the gates to make sure somebody has to go and retrieve a key to open that gate. So we've done some things of that nature to make sure we hope not to have this mistake happen again.
Okay. Well, I just I hear Representative Beatty and I hear Senator Gilmore asking this question over and over, and I feel the same way they do. It's like, and then I hear you guys coming so close to acknowledging and agreeing with them, but somehow stopping short. So I'm glad to hear that it sounds like you actually are acknowledging and agreeing with them, without putting words in your mouth.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Senator Dees?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you do mock training, live trainings for these critical incidences?
Yes, sir. We do quarterly training, and then we have a large-scale drill annually for each facility.
Okay, wonderful. And then reporting structure-wise, does the warden report to you?
The warden reports to one of the deputy directors.
Who is that? I'm sorry.
Currently, the deputy director for that unit we don't have one, but at that time it was William Strong.
Okay, and why is that person not here anymore? Is that related to this escape, or is it unrelated?
No, sir. We had a person retire. We just haven't had we can't fill the position.
So that's been empty for a while. So from an after-action review, the direct supervisor over the warden has been empty for a while. Who has been in communication with that warden about training and about fixing the problems?
I have someone filling in that role right now, and I'm taking on some extra duties too to make sure we do that.
Okay, and it was made aware to me that this individual had been let go, this warden, and had been brought back, and so that's concerning. And then we also have this incident happen under his watch. Are we confident this is the right person to be in charge of that command, of that unit?
Yes, sir. I'm confident. He was let go previously about 12 or 13 years ago for a different incident. And he was allowed to come back, I think, because when he was terminated, I think the director that allowed him to come back felt that he wasn't necessarily the reason for the incident that happened that caused his termination previously.
Okay. So the entire leadership structure at North Central Unit, in your opinion, is being adequately trained and has the backgrounds needed for future leadership in that role?
Yes, sir. And it all we provide the training. It's your comprehension of the training, and we think we do provide training. But we're sure going to make sure that they get additional training to make sure that they can adequately do their job.
And we as Department of Corrections?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Senator Gilmore.
Thank you. Just to pick up where Senator Dees stopped. So 12 years ago, who was the director then? It wasn't you, right?
No, sir. It was Ray Hobbs.
Ray Hobbs. Okay. Okay. That and how did he come back?
He was allowed to come back by former director Wendy Kelly.
Okay. And remind me of the circumstances of his previous termination.
There was a sexual harassment complaint.
Okay.
That wasn't handled correctly at the facility, and several staff.
Okay. And was he cleared of all of that to be allowed to come back?
I didn't make that decision.
I understand, but I mean, you're who's sitting here, and
yes, sir.
I mean, you've been in the department, maybe not in that role.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So yes, sir. He was cleared to come back.
Okay. Okay. And you weren't there, Secretary. You were at a different agency, I presume. Yeah. Okay. Can we talk about the kitchen staff for a second? So that person was fired, terminated, right?
Yes, sir.
During this ordeal or after this situation?
Yes, sir.
Do you think that was the right decision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you elaborate?
I think once this person had been told that he could not allow inmates on the back dock alone, and he did it anyway, I think he failed to obey his orders.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Who oversees him or her or that person?
The deputy warden.
Okay. So what about the deputy warden?
The deputy warden is the one that basically gave the instructions to not do it.
Okay, but who oversees the day-to-day and knows if he's following the policy or procedures?
The food production manager.
Okay,
we
well
call
then
him
maybe
a
that
kitchen
person.
captain.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
So was that person doing their job?
No, sir.
Okay, well then why not them?
They're terminated.
That one too?
Yes, sir.
So how many have been terminated at this point?
3 at this point.
Okay. Okay. So who does that person report to?
That person reports to the deputy warden.
Okay. Well, there we are back again. I mean, you see my point. Like, at some point when you start just terminating people, maybe they do deserve to be, not saying that they don't necessarily, but do you just stop there? I mean, at some point, there are failures beyond just human error, and those failures are the system. The failures are the fail-safes of the system to make sure that there's oversight and to make sure that people are doing their job. And again, not trying to beat the horse here, but like the point I'm making is you can keep going up the food chain, right?
Right. But if that deputy warden was the one that originally saw them breaking policy and instructed them, that was the purpose of that meeting, and they had to sign.
Sure.
If he was the one that caught them and told them not to do it again,
Yeah, 100%.
where's his fault?
Well, who's to make sure that they follow his rules or his orders?
Him and the kitchen captain.
Right. So my point is, we can keep going in circles on this, right? But if we don't have the proper policies and the procedures to make sure that the orders are followed, and we don't have the proper oversight to make sure the orders are followed, then we can keep playing the circular reasoning game of who's to blame. And that's the point. That's the point we're making. If we have the policies and procedures in place, then we don't have to play the game.
Right.
You follow?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
My board is cleared. Any other questions? Representative Beatty.
Just one question, kind of to follow back up, and also since this is on the review of DOC policies and protocols regarding security. A few years back, there was reference to a study that I think maybe a grant money where we spent $453,000 for a study to study and assess the program, culture, and climate in Arkansas, and prison culture and climate in Arkansas, and mainly go over operational issues within Department of Corrections and Community Corrections. It's supposed to be a 4-year study conducted by Dr. Mary Parker, Dr. Robert Lytle, and Dr. Molly Smith. And that was supposed to be completed maybe April of this year. I was just wondering if that's been completed. Do y'all have a copy of that? And is something that is shareable with this committee?
It is partially completed, Representative Beatty. Dr. Parker started on the incarcerated side of the House Division of Correction. So we have a preliminary report covering that we can absolutely share with y'all. The Division of Community Correction, so the probation and parole side of the House, and those community correction centers that now coincidentally I think are under Director Payne, that piece of it is still ongoing. She hasn't quite wrapped up that report yet, but we can absolutely share the other one with you.
And have all those grant monies been expended, or is there still some holdback on that for completion of this report? That was, I think it went through the study, went through April of 25, and
I don't know the answer to that. I do believe she was here. My procurement administrator was here, but I think we asked for an extension on the contract from you guys so that she could finish out the study. I don't think we added any additional funding to it, but that's what my recollection is. But if you'll let me double check that, I will get back to you on
that'd be great. And if
Okay.
we can get you back on that, you can double check and come back to us on that. But probably at a later meeting, it would be nice to see that report and let this committee review that report and see if, maybe some of these are issues that they identified within their study.
Okay. Yes.
So we look forward to seeing that report, mainly to make certain that we knew something about it if we spent $453,000 on it. Thank you.
And that brought another question to my mind. The department has not filled the policy coordinator position at this time. I couldn't remember if you addressed that at the beginning of your remarks. Are there roadblocks in the way? Is there a reason we're not filling that position?
So we've talked about the position. The Board of Corrections and I talked about it. I'm trying to remember, maybe 2 meetings ago, and kind of what the board wanted to do, and kind of where we are. I think Ms. Rouse sort of alluded to that. We're trying to speed up the frequency with which the policy committee meets so we can get a better handle on the existing process right now. But at this time, no, the board and well, I guess myself, we are at the point where we're trying to work the process as it exists right now before we add another position to the department.
Okay. Thank you all for being here. We appreciate you. All right, committee. Now we'll give the Board of Corrections a chance to visit with us. Mr. Tollett, Mr. Hodges, if you'd introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, I'm Brandon Tollett. I'm a member of the
Mr.
Arkansas Board of
Byers.
Corrections.
Dr. Byers, sorry. Do that again, Mr. Tollett, sorry.
I'm Brandon Tollett, and I'm a member of the Arkansas Board of Corrections.
I'm Dubs Byers, member of the Board of Corrections.
Grant Hardin, member of the Board of Corrections.
Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I don't know if you all want to start out with statements or anything like that, or if you just want it opened up for questions. If you have anything you want to say, now's the time.
I will like to say that this is the first time that we've had the opportunity to really look at, just like all of you, the state police investigation. So it is going to take me quite a bit of time to go through 900 pages of documents. Thorough, I don't think, is a word that correctly describes the investigation.
Okay, we'll move to members. Senator Gilmore.
I think extremely thorough and lengthy would be accurately describe that. Mr. Chair, I'd like to, following up on the question you just asked the last group, I'd like to hear from the board basically their thoughts on that question. And if I make sure I accurately get your question, is there any sort of roadblock or holdup on the policy position within corrections?
Senator Gilmore, not that I know of. I would point out that there are mechanisms in place for the development of policy. I mean, it's not like we don't have a policy development procedure right now. We have a policy development on the community corrections side as well as on the Department of Corrections, Division of Correction, and on the community corrections side, as well as there are individuals in the Secretary's office that are assigned to policy development. I guess probably that may be part of the reason is because right now there have been individuals who have been covering that, but as far as there being a roadblock, I'm not familiar with one.
So, to any of the three of y'all, have you filled that position then?
No, sir, we haven't filled the position. Or the Department of Corrections hasn't filled it. We can't fill a position.
Well, I presume y'all okay it, right? I mean, you would approve it.
We do give the okay on those. And to follow up with what Dr. Byers mentioned, there were some other positions that were needing filled that we've been trying to get filled as well. And so that took priority. Specifically, one is an attorney position that falls under Director Payne that we've struggled getting filled. And so we wanted him to be able to have an attorney position because he needs that legal direction, especially when we look at having an escape beforehand. And so we didn't want that to take a back burner before filling the policy position.
Okay. And what other positions then have taken priority over this one?
I don't think that there are any others. That's the only one that I recall.
Okay. So how long have we been looking at this position? For quite a while.
Are you talking about the policy coordinator
position? Mm-hmm.
It was brought to the board's attention, I believe, 2 meetings ago, and that's the last time that the board has actually spoken about the position. But it was 2 meetings ago. I don't have the date off the top of my head.
And not before that you recollect?
Not that I recall. No.
Okay. Mr. Hodges, you're the only one that hadn't spoken. Do you care to jump in there?
I agree with everything Mr. Tollett has said.
Okay.
I think we're all eager to fill that position and continue to work on these policies.
Okay. You foresee that getting filled soon?
I certainly hope so.
Okay, gentlemen, I'm done with the question.
So it was mentioned that we, have committees that do policy and all these other things, but it's obvious that is not working right now. do those folks, is that their only job to look at policy, or do they have other duties that might take them away from making sure the policies align and conform not only with state law but with even interdepartmental?
Somebody behind me may be able to correct me on this, but I believe that the Department of Corrections, the Department of Community Corrections, both have a policy coordinator position.
Okay.
That is their dedicated positions. And then we have a person that works in shared services under the legal division that also deals with the policies along with other things. But I believe there are two positions that work on those
Okay.
specifically.
Okay. Senator Gilmore.
Thank you. So we have positions, one in corrections, one in community corrections, correct?
Correct. That has been the way the system has worked.
Okay. And so I think the point would be to have a single person to look broadly over all of it. I mean, do you not think that's a good idea? I mean, I'm asking, there's not necessarily a right or wrong answer here that I'm looking for. I'm just trying to figure out why this hasn't been done.
I understand what you're saying, Senator. You're saying because of when we look at the communication policies that we just spent 30 minutes talking about or so, there were differences in between the unit policies versus the secretary.
Inconsistencies, right? That
Yes.
that just don't help any crisis.
That is correct, and I will say that I do think some sort of centralized position can help alleviate some of that. And I'm not trying to say that the position is not valuable or anything like that, but there have been specifically the attorney position is a long-standing position that we've been trying to get filled for the Department of Corrections to be able to help not just with an escape, but any kind of legal situation that comes up. And so I don't think the board has an issue filling a coordinator position. I don't think that's it. I think the issue is we have positions that have been a priority for a long period of time that we're trying to get filled as well.
Okay. So in that attorney position is the one you're speaking of that you've been trying to fill?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's the one that I can recall.
Okay. And so does that position exist currently, or is that a new position?
That position exists currently.
The legal position.
The legal position does exist currently.
Okay. And it exists outside of legal department or the legal, because you have legal staff, correct?
Shared Services has legal staff. There was a position within the Department of Corrections, and I can't tell you the title of it off the top of my head. I just know it's an attorney position that directly advises Director Payne.
Okay. So, but Shared Services legal can't offer legal advice to Director Payne?
They can. I think they have been. I think it's a little disjointed in the way that it is, because Dexter needs somebody, or Director Payne, I apologize, needs somebody that he can call or go meet with at his office, which I believe is located in Pine Bluff, whereas our Shared Services legal department is located in Little Rock.
Okay.
So you said that, did I hear you correctly, that the department and the division have folks that work on policy?
Yes.
We should get those two together.
I agree 100%.
Okay, because obviously that's a major issue. So they haven't gotten together yet?
No, they have.
Okay.
In fact, when the coordinator position, the discussion came up during the board meeting, we informed all of those individuals that they need to be meeting on a very consistent basis. What we've discovered is that there was an extensive backlog of policies that were moving through the divisions up to Shared Services, but it didn't seem like they were coming back with approvals because legal was making changes to them, and there was an issue. So we, as a board, recommended that they meet more frequently and they meet in person so that we can get those addressed.
Okay. Any other questions? Anything further?
No, I do want to, I would like to say I do share the sentiment of this committee about the training. I will tell you from my personal experience and from the education that I have that we and public service need to spend a large portion of our training on low frequency but high risk events, because when they occur, we don't always have the opportunity to go back and read every policy manual that exists, especially when there's different ones scattered out across the department or division. And so I think that's a focus that I'm taking personally on the board, to really sit down and figure out how we can make training better and more effective for our staff. So that, one, we can prevent these things from happening in the future, because I promise you, I don't want to sit here any longer because of an escape. And I know that you guys don't want to have to do that as well, and the state doesn't deserve to have to do that. And so figure out how we can prevent it, and then figure out how we can address those other issues.
Very good. Well, thank you, gentlemen, for being here. Members, if there is no other business, we are adjourned.